Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. Yeah, hope you had a good week, a good start of the week. I hope you're energized for the rest of it. For those who have been, who've seen the pre-roll, you will have noticed a difference. And let's see if I did that right. Hey, Reject, welcome to the stream. Hey, Untrust, welcome to the stream. And the other one will be... There we go. It's going to have the more precise link once I have it. But yes, I have been accepted as a captain for Riftopia's playtest. So that should be interesting. It will start, but the playtest officially start on 20th, 21st, and lasts 21st of June and lasts until the 30th. Consider yourself hugged back, James. And while I don't normally stream on Saturdays, I may do a special one that Saturday on the 21st. It will depend on my schedule. But yeah. Alrighty, for anyone who is new to my stream, Tuesday mornings are Read and Corrects. Consider yourself hugged back again, James. Please don't. Yeah, my microphone is working. Good. So yes, Tuesdays are Read and Corrects. Those are when I read chapters from my book and I correct them as I go. Because I record those, I will be ignoring the chat while I'm doing that. And anything said will be addressed when I get back. Once Riftopia is going, should they run long, the Stream Radio battle might be delayed slightly. Or at least delayed until I finish. Hey, the lady writes, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid. You are just in time for me to start my read and correct. Hello, Angel. I hope you are both doing well. All of you are doing well. So, since you've brought new people in, I shall restart. For those who are new with this, Tuesdays are Read and Corrects. Tuesday morning. And those are when I read chapters from my books and correct them as I go. Because I record those, I will be ignoring the chat while this is happening. And when Riftopia will be going, the Stream Radio battle will be delayed until it's done should they run long. To minimize the chances of that happening, I will start now by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen and I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 14 of The Technician's Fight. Jeremy remained still once he realized he was awake. He didn't want to let them know he was going to. A hand screened his. "It's me, Jer," Kerrigaran said. He cracked an eye open, and the tension left him on seeing his heart at his side. "You rescued me again." Beyond him, fuzzy Kelsarians moved about the large room. He blinked to clear his sight, and that was painful, but didn't help. It was a group effort, started by your clever thinking. He was about to ask for a medic when someone approached and was suddenly clear. The medic looked up from her tablet. You're awake. Good. People beyond her were still fuzzy. A privacy field, he realized. My face still hurts. Yes, your broken nose and cheeks have been repaired, but unless... okay. Okay, but unless you think it's a problem, I'd rather leave the remaining damage to heal by itself. I need to, because I need to establish that Jeremy has had a concussion. All right, let's see how that sounds. Yes, your broken nose and cheek have been repaired, but unless you think it's a problem, I'd rather leave the remaining damage to heal by itself. The concussion you suffered has been dealt with. Second draft will probably have that adjust. Oh, wait, my hand's still at... No. Jaren needs to be before the educator tomorrow, Gavran said. Then I can't... No, leave it. If it was still today, Jeremy needed to plan. I want them to see this. Are you sure, Jer? Your father will. Oh, I want him to see what they did to me, what the people he sided with did to me. He threw his leg over the side and he winced at the pain. You need to stay in bed, the medic said, taking the blanket that fell and offering it to him. I need to prepare for that meeting. You've been injured. You need to rest, she said in a tone that challenged him to argue. She motioned for him to take the blanket. He couldn't understand why. No one cared he was naked. Then he shivered. Right, it was cool. Okay, but I need to do some reading. Graal, I need my tablet and everything about the legal procedures regarding the situation. You know what? Everything. Just give me every Federation and Kalsarian's laws and let me worry about working out what applies here. Jers, there are more laws than you can know. I think it's best if you rest. He locked eyes with his heart. They just failed at kidnapping me again. I'm not getting blindsided by some legal loophole they'll have found. I need to research everything I can in the short time I have. Should have started this the moment Gargaran told them about the human's plan. His heart looked at the medic. So long as he stays in this bed and tries to sleep when I tell him to, he can read the rest of the time. He might need help sleeping, with the way his mind was whirling, but she didn't need to know that yet. He wondered if the area within the privacy field was still considered public space. I'll get you your tablet and give you access to the legal database. He nuzzled his cheek. Then, Gargaran nuzzled his cheek, then walked through the privacy field and another guy greeted. Another guy entered. I'm sorry. Tomerimo Toral said, ears folded back. Don't do that. I just left. If I'd stayed, or, I don't know, not been so quick to... This isn't your fault, pilot. Tomerimo Toral. If you'd still been there, they would have taken you. Maybe even killed you. They're the one who did this. Those humans bastard and whoever gave the order are to blame, not you. The guy hesitated, then took Jeremy's hand. All right, it's not my fault. I'm still sorry it happened. Jeremy snorted, then winced. Me too. Tomerimo Toral squeezed his hand. He swallowed. Can we shorten the names we use? Jeremy searched his face, surprised at the offer. But just yesterday, they'd been screaming at each other before having sex. He was pretty sure Graal wanted them to be friends, possibly more. He didn't know if he could do the more, but you can address me as Jeremy. You can address me as Tomirin. Tomirim, he replied, relaxing. If it means anything, Tomirin, I'm glad you weren't there. I'm glad they didn't get the chance to hurt you. That because of that, we get the chance to see about being friends. Me too. I should probably go. He hesitated, then quickly nuzzled Jeremy's cheek before leaving. He had a few minutes to relax, then Gagarin was back with his No A tablet. You know what? Okay, you know what? I'm going to change that to strengthen the fact that his memory is jumbled. No A tablet. What happened to his? Mm-hmm. Gagarin had left before he could ask. He brought up the legal procedure files and set about filtering them down to something he could read. Jeremy squirmed, standing on the opposite side of his heart's desk in his office by the bridge. I don't know if this is a good idea. The woman, an Admiral Gagarin had told him, said. I don't care how good of an idea it is, his heart replied. If it works, it gives me two things. Those Earthers off my ship and their government being held accountable. How does your heart feel about being involved in this? Gagarin motioned to him, and Jeremy stepped around the desk and within the Admiral's field of view. He didn't think she showed surprise when she saw him. She took in how he was dressed. Nishan Jeremy Bradshaw. She looked at Gagarin. After the first kidnapping, I thought it was best if Jeremy knew how to defend himself. That isn't civilian-rated protection clothing. I'm being trained as a hunter, Admiral. This time she showed surprise. You know you're going to get pushback on this. Why? Any Kelsarians has the right to ask for hunter training. It's why we make the initial session so hard. We only want the determined. And he asked for this? I don't need to ask. I've got the question mark. She sounded dubious. I did. He replied before his heart told her the circumstances that led to it and gave those who didn't like him ammunition. All right. I certainly will not object to a Kelsarian citizen wanting to serve the gods this way. Are you okay with your defense time being used by your Alpha to further his plan, Hunter? Honestly, Admiral, so long as he makes sure he doesn't start that until after I'm done telling those people what I think of them, I don't care what he does. She considered them. Very well. As appointed member of the leadership in this, you have my approval. Thank you, Admiral Thromdora Srikale Tofme Hefhalan. She vanished. Do you really need her approval? No, but this means that when the Earthers lodge their complaint, I won't have to deal with it. The leadership's legal pack will. He stood. Are you ready? Oh, yes. Don't fuss, Atarikna said, adjusting the collar around Jeremy's neck. This is going to pick up some vocalization. They were outside the education chamber to the side of the door, waiting to receive the signal that they were ready for him. Which I haven't learned. I don't even know if I can do that. Different voice box, remember? The surrounding hunters chuckled, which caused the 6 humans in gray printed shirt and pants to look around. They'd only understood what he said. How does the earpiece feel? I didn't have time to do a fitting, so it's fine, Atarik. I can deal with the discomfort for the duration. He looked at Growl. Is this really necessary? No hunter goes on a hunt without a way to contact his beta. Jeremy looked at Thurok. And you're okay with this? He doesn't get a say, Gagarin stated, until he's demonstrated his behavior, the behavior I expect of a beta. So you're entrusting the safety of your heart to an untested beta? Jeremy asked, then looked at Turek. No offense meant. The tilt in his friend's ear showed discomfort more than offense. If I don't make him your beta, he's bound to run off to your rescue without approval again. There was a threat in the tone of the last word, and Jeremy now got how the promotion was partially a punishment. As your beta, his rank demands that he protect you by sending me into battle. If I had any say in what's going on, his friend said, you'd be locked up on the ship, Hunter. I can very well teach these people a lesson from there, Jeremy said, then added, Beta. What am I supposed to do with him? Turok asked. Gagarin smirked. Did you think I'd give you an easy job? I'm going to be running after him all the time, aren't I? So, no change then, Jimmy said. They're ready for you, the hunter at Turok's left said. If they try anything, Gagarin said, you give the word. If they try anything, Jeremy replied, you're welcome to whatever I leave of them. He stepped to the door, it opened, and he walked in. The humans were, you know what, that is a different paragraph. The humans were already seated as planned. He'd asked through Gagarin to be told when they started to make a fuss about his absence. Where were you? The man, a human, he forced himself to think, demanded, you're supposed to be in this chamber until you're called. You're supposed to stay on the station until this is done. Where were they hiding you? Jeremy looked at the adjudicator as he took his seat, ignoring the people on the other side, ignoring his father. Protocol was that no one spoke until the adjudication was officially started, and then only as part of the adjudication, or to respond when questioned. As much as he'd wanted to read everything, he hadn't had the time, nor the hope to remember it all. So he stuck to the basics, which included how he was expected to behave, because he wasn't going to be a bad representation of his people. This adjudication is in session, the Kersatoran adjudicator said. The Earther government, again, against the Kelsarian Captain Gagarin Selhavnir. The Earther government is represented by Carl Munro. This is a continuation of the claim of unjustified holding of an Earth citizen by a Kelsarian. Present is technician Jeremy Bradshaw, Kelsarian citizen. That isn't valid. The Earthers can make their case. The man, Monroe, squared his shoulder. As previously stated, Jeremy Bradshaw's claim of wanting to be with the Kelsarians can't be considered valid because his cognitive functions were impaired as a consequence of having stopped taking his medication. The medication that kept his encephalothromethapyl darminial under control. Therefore, I demand that he be taken away from them immediately and returned to a person who actually cares for him. He motioned to the man seated to his left, his father. What did they do to you? His father whispered, but it was picked up by whatever system the chamber used and heard clearly. Oh, he so couldn't wait for that reveal. Technician Jeremy Bradshaw, the Kersatoran adjudicator, said, do you have a rebuttal? What I have, adjudicator, is my history. When I was a teen, my parents found drawings of naked men, human and Kelsarians, I made. At least one of them depicted me having sex with a Kelsarian. Their response was to have me subjected to a torturous treatment that resulted in a triggered response anytime I felt an attraction toward a man. You were sick, his father said. We were protecting you. The trigger manifested as severe stomach pain, which was a condition I was told the medication I was forced to take was for. The trigger was reinforced through the use of ultrasonics. Their use has been documented by the Kelsarian ambassador assigned to Einstein Station. The report has been read, the Kelsarian adjudicator said. We had nothing to do with what the people in charge of that station did, Monroe stated. Personnel not assigned by government, the Ridoshi adjudicator asked. Of course not. There's too many of those for us to handle directly. We delegate that to another agency. And isn't that agency verified to ensure their decision will match that of your government? The Terhornian educator asked. Of course, but we can't. Approval given for ruling personnel of station? The Ridoshi educator asked. We don't approve. Approval given, they said. It isn't a question, the Kersatoran educator stated. Then why? The frustration kept him from continuing. Look, it doesn't matter what he says. He wasn't. The male you identified as his father has confirmed technician Jeremy Bradshaw underwent the torturous treatment he has established, the Kelsarian adjudicator said. He did no such thing. You were sick, his father's voice sounded. We were protecting you. That statement supports the claim. Monroe glared at his father. I'm not a doctor, so I can't speak to what the treatment is. And while I'm sure it felt like torture to a teenage boy, sometimes treatments have to be rough to protect from something worse. Documentation on procedure is forthcoming. The Riosef educator asked. I'm sure everything will be provided. I'll make the request. Until then, Jeremy Bradshaw needs to be remanded to his father's custody. The board hasn't reached a decision, Representative, the Cassatara educator said. The session is still ongoing, and you have overstepped on technicians Bradshaw's rebuttal long enough. He looked at him. Continue. As I became aware of what was done to me and worked through the triggered responses, I came to realize that I was attracted to. He took a breath, and asked his vocal cord to forgive him. Captain Grageron Selaravnir. He swallowed. My doctor became aware of a change in my behavior, even if I tried to hide it from him, and as a result, I was arrested and subjected to intense ultrasonics. When my heart came to rescue me, the station commander came and threatened me, so I'd claim I didn't want to go with him. I was able to fight through the triggered pain and demand to go with my heart. There was a threat of violence on the part of the humans, but the commander had no choice but to let me go or start an incident with Kelser. I don't have to mention the kidnapping and torture I was subjected to the last time humans demanded I come to this station. We had nothing to do with that. We're investigating the incidents. Once the culprits have been found, they'll be handed over to the Federation for prosecution. It was so tempting to give them Omar's name. Put it out there for everyone to hear. But he wouldn't do that to him. Not that he thought he'd do any good. He'd had an entire medical team, state-of-the-art technology. There was no way that hadn't been provided by someone in power. Okay. So this little thing about you claiming I'm not a Kelsarian citizen, that I wasn't in my right mind to give back then to make the claim. I'm going to make it now. And I don't give a fuck what you think. I am denouncing whatever ties I have to Earth. He picked his next word and he hoped the people understood what it meant. I am not an Earther anymore. I am a Kelsarian. Don't do that, son. His father sounded pain. Think of us, your family. He forced his anger down. I'm trying not to make you complicit in this, Dad. I'm trying really hard to believe that they fed you lie after lie. No, this is plural. Lies after lies. Like they've been doing since I don't know when, that you actually believe this is for my benefit. It is. I swear, Jeremy. We all just want what's best for you. If that was true, we wouldn't be here. But it doesn't matter. I will never return to a society that treated me like my will was theirs to control, to break and shape. I am a citizen of Kelser, mated to a man I love, my heart, my soulmate. You try to take me away from him again, and you aren't succeeding with me alive. I will fight you. I will go to war with you. I will leave cinder in my wake if you force my hand. So heed my word carefully. Leave me the fuck alone. You can't. Monroe stated. The Kelsarian citizen technician Jeremy Bradshaw has declared his citizenship. The Cassatron educator stated. This session is, if I can have a moment of the educator's time. Gavin called, entering, followed by the hunters on each side of the 6 humans, Earthers. What is the meaning of this? The Tahonian educator demanded. This is a matter that concerned the Earther leadership, Gagran said, so should be addressed to their representative. We have nothing to do with them, Monroe called. These Earthers were found on my ship in the process of kidnapping my heart. They are the cause of his injuries. Jimmy watched his father pale. And I'm telling you again, we don't know anything about that. So the ship they docked against mine won't come up as one of yours? Gagran asked. Do you have any idea how many ship designs we have? I don't know if they stole one of them. We'll need to investigate. So just that. So just that can't happen, the Kelsarian educator said, unless you claim them as yours. Their crime took place within Kelsarian territory. This station isn't Kalsarian. They were on a Kalsarian ship, representative. They boarded it from space, space that is Kalsarian territory. By Federation law, the species where the crimes are committed get to prosecute the crime unless, this is going to be singular. The crime is, and then that becomes is, committed gets to prosecute the crime unless the criminals are claimed by one of the other species. As they are Earthers, you can claim them and treat them as you would any of your criminals. So you can say, we were behind it? No, we're not going to be made your scapegoats. Don't do this to them, representative. The Kalsarian adjudicator said, we have little mercy for those who threaten our people. Do whatever you want with them. They did this of their own accord. Is that true? The Kasetaran educator asked in English. Did you plan this without authorization from your government? This is your last chance, Hunter. Galgran whispered, and Jeremy had to fight not to react to hearing him. He didn't know if it was intentional or just how it always went on a hunt. Don't let your alpha disgrace you by ignoring the responsibility his rank brings. If you tell the educator you acted on your government's orders, they will have to act, so that you will, and that will save you from our punishment. Go fuck yourself. The man Gagran had been addressing replied as softly. Then he raised his voice. We acted of our own volition to right a wrong perpetrated against one of our people by a bunch of barbaric furball that have no business being in space. Jimmy looked over his shoulder in surprise. The man stood straight, sneering at Gagaran. The others behind him didn't share his confidence, but didn't contradict him. Jimmy wondered what would happen if one of them said they'd acted under order. Very well, the Kalsarian adjudicator said. As the crime was committed on your ship, Captain, and the victim was your heart, you have the authority to administer justice. May your namesake guide your claws. This session is ended. And that concludes Chapter 14 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Mr. Ducat, welcome to the stream. Are you still there? Alrighty, so let's look about scheduling. All right, let's see. When's my next available slot? Alrighty, my next available slot is on July 17. Will that work for you? What the hell happened here? That's good. Alrighty. Huh. All right, let's check something. Okay, so that does not work as I thought it was. There would. Alrighty, so it is set for July 17th. 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Working on a new shorter novel, going to give yourself a goal of getting done by the end of next year, or at least the first draft. Oh, cool. Very cool. All right. And how have you been otherwise, Mr. Ducat? It's, becomes 27. I like pain stressing over starting how I'm going to get started on this new novel. You've got a rough idea. Very cool. Very cool. Sorry about the lag. I hope that it did not cause too much that it did not cause any problem. Someone help you turn your ideas into a magic system so you can focus on the plot. Very nice. World is not your strength. Yeah, I get you on that. I completely understand that. Actually, I need to get in the habit of doing that so that I'll keep formatting. Alrighty. And now to start another chapter. Oh. Wait, did I not? Oh, that's going to be interesting. I forgot to end the recording on this one for some reason. Oh well. Alrighty, so yeah, well, I mean, at least it'll just mean cutting the excess. It won't mean having to redo everything, which is why I have my my checklist at the start. I mean, like I've had one where I had literally to go to YouTube and pull my entire stream and cut out each of the recording I done because that day I got completely mangled. The recording of that day. Yeah, it was annoying, but you know, in the end, all it really was time consuming. So, but you know, it is why I have my checklist. No, but something happened to my drive that day, and those files got corrupted. I don't know why, because I saved them on their own folder just so I know where they are, and somehow these files just didn't. Yeah, so like the option was re-record everything, and then I remember, oh wait, I've got YouTube, and the quality was good enough that I could just pull them out. And I have DaVinci, so that's, again, it was annoying, but in the end, all it was time consuming. So, but yeah, it did lead to extra steps, and hopefully that won't occur again. But yes, now I will start with confirming the microphone is on, realizing I forgot to turn the desktop audio back on. I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 15 of The Technician's Fight. We let them in our systems. Beta Beatrix Jezbil stated. That's how they were able to hide not just their approach, but them breaching the hall and moving about the Bane. They took control of our sensors, that's Pearl, and showed us only what they wanted us to see. Within limits, Kerjirik Dromi Tura Virisos added, trying to tailor every detail would have been too data intensive to go unnoticed. They used a masking program to set target a transponder. Anything around it within a fixed range other than the ship was removed, which is why even the civilian and crew were vanishing when they stepped within that range. Gregoron said. Yes, hiding their ship was simpler, so long as nothing passed behind them, we couldn't tell where it was there. He looked at Filinantaro Geomonatlin, and we let them in. When we hacked the Earther chip on arrival, They used our data link to enter ours. How are they familiar enough with our systems to install that program without anyone noticing? I don't know, Captain. The most likely reason, no, the most likely way, the beta said, is that they use their previous stay here to learn it. They are always Kelsarian ships at this station. There had to be more. There has to be more than that, the comm officer said. The Bane system are military grade. Hunter ships only come to stations when required, and most of the time they'll be someone else. Someone provided them detail. Okay, that's they'll come under actually no. Yeah, an assumed civilian identity. Someone provided them details. The Tahornian have begun the process of shepherding the Earthers within the Federation, Beta Desinikal Dulcimar said, and we know they've gotten their grabby little claws on at least one hunter ship. He nodded. There had been little left of the Rotimarical's sore, according to the report he read. So little that, if not for the transmission they'd managed to force through the blocking field, no one would have known what had happened to them. Pirates, the Tahornian leadership acclaimed, as always, but no more pirate ship could have taken on the sore. I want information, that doesn't have to be capitalized, to go over. Oh, wait, no, it does have to be capitalized, because that's a department. I want information to go over everything. We're here for at least 3 days while the hole in the hull is repaired. Shut down every non-essential data system and have them scrub them. Then I want plans of action to ensure no one takes control of my ship away from us again. Alpha, Patrick Salgesbiz said, those are hardwired systems. The leadership will never approve modifications to them. Gregoran was tempted to tell them what he thought of what the leadership wouldn't let him do to keep his people safe. He didn't. Modifying those systems would be a reason to recall him to Kelser, put him before an evaluation board again, and this time he didn't know what he could tell them to justify his decision. Keeping his people safe only went so far as they were concerned, when those people had signed up to give their life to protect their people. Have the plans made, have the informatician send them to their equivalent within the leadership, have them gather every report filed regarding what took place to support the need for stronger systems. Another excuse for them to recall him if they decided to adopt the changes, but no bite to their claims he wasn't fit to captain his ship. In the meantime, I want them to make whatever alteration they can justify to make what happened as difficult to reproduce as possible. We have builders. Let them come up with ideas. Yes, Alpha, the beta said. Yes, Captain. Those of his crews answered before they left. What's the estimate? He asked the hangar's repairer. The shuttle, now resting among the others, was utterly different, small and sleek. There had been 8 Earthers in it, and he couldn't imagine forcing half that many hunters in and expecting them to be sane when they reached their destination. How did the Earthers manage it? I have no idea, the female answered. I can give you some rough values based on the mass and price of those raw materials, but this is Earther tech. Unless you're looking to sell it back to them, at which point you'll have to rely on how much they claim it's worth. They claim it's worth. I can't tell you what to sell it for. Since it was attached to his ship while the Earthers had committed their crime, it was officially his to do as he wanted with. He had no use for an Earther shuttle, so he planned on selling it, but he wanted to get the best price he could. Everyone on the ship received a portion of the profits, and he wanted them to get as much as possible. You have a scan of it? Of course. It's the only way I get to get its mass and the composition of the material. Send it to me. I'll see if I can have someone get more information. The male leaned against the counter, head bent down. Okay, lean. You know what? Lean forward. Against the counter, head bent down, and let out a moan as Grogran approached. Quartermaster, was the male ever not getting his cock played with? He raised his head and smiled, eyes half-lidded and ears laid back. Captain, it's such a pleasure to see, he groaned, you. I need all your attention. Tell them to come back later. You heard the captain, the quartermaster said. We'll finish later. The male who stood didn't look at him, muttering a quick, sorry, Captain, before hurrying away. The quartermaster smiled. How can I service you, Captain? Take your tablet. I'm sending you a scan. With a quizzical tilt of the ear, the male did so. He looked over the image. Whose design is this? Earther. It's the ship they used to board. What do you want me to do with this? I need to know how much it's worth, actual value, not as melted slag. You might be overestimating my capabilities, Captain. I move products around. You have access to an information network. Use it to find out how much this tech can be worth. The quartermaster nodded. I'll ask around, but it's going to cost you. Can't you ever do something just because it's the right thing to do? I'm a Talahan. If I don't get something out of it, it's not worth doing. Grogran sighed. What are you asking in return? When you find out the recording was made public, you don't show up to rip my balls off. What recording? He asked, eyes narrowing. The one of your heart and the friend of yours fucking like they were having the time of their lives. Grogran leaned forward. How did you get your hands on that? He demanded. If you had your hacker, I got it through the station's information network for a fair price. You're lying. No one has access to... Really? No one? Not even the elderly adjudicator who discovered the king he kind of likes your Earthers? He wouldn't sell the recording. It would bring him to the... Yeah. I could bring him to adjudication for that. True. I doubt it's him. But whoever made it available got it from his home system. And you're selling it to the people on my ship? Jeremy's going to have your balls for that. Let me worry about keeping that from happening. And it's not like this would remain hidden anyway. I'm just ahead of anyone else and making a small profit on the side. Oh, one other thing. You don't tell him about this deal. No. Okay. Quartermaster moved to delete the scan. Fine. He could explain this as being important enough, but when this comes out, you explain to him how you blackmailed me into staying silent. You're really hoping he's going to rip them out, aren't you? It's a deal. Please? Tom whispered, nuzzling Grogran's neck. He'd needed to relax after dealing with a quartermaster, and his friend had been the first person he thought of. Pretty please, he added. He chuckled. How do you even know about it? Really? A shuttle designed by another species in the hangar, and you're surprised I heard about it? It's not like you can fly it. Tom snorted. If you think that little of my skills, I don't think we can have sex again. He moved to roll away, but Grogran stopped him. Too late. He rubbed muzzle with his friend. Look, I don't even know what it's worth, so I can't sell it to you. That Tom could have... That kind of money didn't surprise him. Not counting his family connections, he wasn't a spender. So his pay and any bonus he earned accumulated. Tom licked his ears pavilion, and Grogran shuddered. I'll give you the price in slag, he whispered, plus a hefty finder's bonus. He ground his hard cock against Grogran's also hard one. He laughed and let his friend proceed to convince him. If nothing else, that got him out of the deal with the quartermaster. Yes! Tom squealed, looking at the shuttle. He hugged Grogran and rubbed muzzle with him. Thank you so much. Why are you thanking me? He replied. It's not like I gave it to you. You paid a fair price for it. Tom licked his lip. Oh, I am so not done paying. He pulled Gargaran along and into the shuttle. Now that he owned it, it had been moved to the civilian section of the hangar, the only shuttle there since he didn't have anyone of high wealth on his ship. Are you sure you want this? He asked as they stepped onto the small crew area. It's too late for me to have doubt, isn't it? Tom replied, not sounding bothered by the close walls and low ceiling. Don't you think it's small? His friend was already in the cockpit. It's not small, it's intimate. Gargaran forced himself to look at the space again and to ignore what the shuttle had been used for. How many Earthers had been in it? And as a personal one? A shuttle one person used, maybe brought on a friend? It wasn't horrible. Arms wrapped around him from the back, and I'll be able to claim more space when I remove all the needless storage. He pulled his vest off. You'll see. I'll have space for a comfortable bed, a nice eating area. Gargaran turned and removed his friend's vest. Shouldn't we be doing this after, then? Isn't it tradition to thank Danirag once you are able to fully get joy out of your ship? Tom reached into Gargaran's pants and cupped the ball and the cock and balls. If he has a complaint about me having sex and his name too early, he's welcome to come down here and tell me in person. Gargaran pushed his friend down to the floor between the benches. Then we're better make sure he has a lot to complain about. Gargaran sighed contentedly and held Tom slightly against him. He nipped through the neck fur and his friend shuddered. How long until you need to get back home? Tom asked, grinding his ass against Gargaran's crotch. A few more hours. Jer had as work, and he'll spend time with friends since we're together. He's really adjusting? He is. We even talked about me and my other friends, and he's okay with it. And the ship? Gargaran chuckled. I'm keeping it to small steps. If he gets comfortable with this, then I'll tell him about the clubs and finding males there. Maybe he'll come and find himself someone to enjoy for an evening. He reached down and stroked his friend. I hope he does. Tom pressed again into him. He shouldn't keep himself just to you. He shifted until his cock was between cheeks. You could spend time with him. You already had sex and shortened names. Yes, to spending time with your heart, but I think I'll wait until we're comfortable shortening our names more before I suggest we have sex again. I guess it's up to me to keep you happy then. He shifted again and pushed. Metal groaned up at the hatch. It's just a ramp, Tom said. They do that when someone walks up them. Did you ask someone else to join us? Maybe we finally offended Danirag enough. He's coming to complain. I don't think he'd bother walking up a ramp. Did you lock the hatch? No idea how. Alien system, remember? The list of who it might be was small. The quartermaster had taken the news Gargaran no longer needed his help well, maybe too well. How long until he'd found out Tom had bought it? They'd walked through the hangar. One of the male's unending lover could have informed him, and it was just like a Tahahan to invite himself to a thanking of Danirag. It's probably someone from repair checking if the hatch opened and the Earthers hurried in. Gargaran was up as they locked eyes, and another hand became visible. He had to end this quickly. The Earther was shoved forward by the second one, and he reached them. As he reached them, she took one look at him, her eyes dropping to his crotch and growing wide in horrified surprise. He kicked her out. Worse, he'd given himself time to deal with the male. If Zanila Haran glanced his way, someone would have heard her land, and one of the hunters working in the hangar would have her restrained. He'd deal with how they'd escape their cells after. He struck fast and hard, uncaring of the damage he inflicted, short of doing something that might kill the male. The one punch the male landed had enough strength behind it. Gargaran felt it, but not enough to force him away. Then the male was in the cockpit, unconscious. He caught his breath, forcing himself to turn. The female ran up the ramp with a snarl. He readied himself, his breathing nowhere near settled. She came at him hard and he blocked back. He cut her side open, but she returned to the fight harder. He was between the benches, and Happy Tom had found a place to hide. He forced himself to attack, but he was sloppy, out of breath, his vision blurring. He managed to shoulder into her and gave himself space to breathe, but not enough. With a vicious smile, she returned to him, and he couldn't block all her attacks. His back pressed against the door. He focused on taking the hits. He thought he made out motion behind her. If the other Earthers was awake and ready to help her, he was in trouble. The impact sent her to the side, and the board then hit the wall. Ow, ow, ow! Tom dropped it, shaking his hands. Gergon kicked her in the face as hard as he could. She slumped, and he breathed. Tom was against him. Oh, you are so amazing! A ballad hero! Who needed rescuing? He rubbed muzzle and pushed his friend away. I need to find out how they escaped and if the others are still in their cells. And that concludes chapter 15 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it is up on Ream Story. The links are in the notes and And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and I shall wish you a good day. And hello, DeLonger. Welcome to the stream, quoth the Raven, perchance. How are you doing today? Actually, you think you saw a typo, but it plays? Okay. Tell me where. Tell me where, and I'll fix it. Grammar thing. Again, tell me where, and I will fix it. 22nd becomes 24th. That could make it a little complicated. Okay. Yeah, so it would be this one. Okay, and I think yeah, I was probably going, he ground them together, and after writing them, changed my mind and forgot the them there. Thank you for pointing that out. It's been corrected. that's been posted. I'll fix it on the Patreon. And welcome to the stream, but it plays. How are you doing today? Having some bacon tea, debating if you want to do the thing or not. How about me? I am doing well, thank you very much. My pre-work session was a little busy, but it always is on Tuesdays. There's always a few extra things that I need to be dealt with Tuesday morning. Um, hoping to get the one car out of the shop this week and get another one before the weekend. Well, I certainly wish you luck making that happen. Alrighty. It's done. Let's get the other chapter going. By confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I am confirming I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tigerites, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 16 of The Technician's Fight. Jeremy scanned the relays, compared the reading to what they should be, and changed those that needed to be changed. And replaced those that needed to be changed. He hadn't complained when the engineer had sent him on another job that, he knew, Repair would deal with when they got to them. He wouldn't voice any complaint. It wasn't a technician's place to question what the engineer told them to do. But on other days, he would have mentally complained until he'd gotten drawn to the work. But today he needed the work. He'd having to juggle data in his head instead of thinking about what Graal and Tomirin were up to. Grad had officially taken the day off, something he could do only when they were docked, with any hope of not being disturbed. Too much happened while they were on a patrol for him to be fully off duty then. They'd have sex. And he was okay with it. He'd gone over the reasons it was fine for him and his friend to have sex. He would make himself be okay with it. He took a breath, let it go, focused on the scanner, and got back to work. The engineer expected the work to be done before the end of the shift, so he didn't have time to waste on what two adults got up to when they hung out. He entered the data in the system and leaned back in the seat. The engineer's claws continued clicking in their wells, his attention fully on the screen and the information. Jeremy forced his attention back to the screen, then pulled it away. He was done with the data from the scans and repairs. They would be compiled and compared to matching information, and the engineer would decide if they meant actions were needed. He looked at the guy again, forced himself to look beyond the rank, beyond them being friends, and looked at his physicality. Was he good looking? He wasn't muscular as Galgaran. He wasn't as muscular as Galgaran, which Jeremy liked, but did he like it because he was into muscles, or because his heart was the only person he'd allowed himself to look at that way? Alex was fit. The only time he moved with difficulty had been when he was still healing from the reactor's malfunction. Jeremy had watched him carry machinery from one side of engineering to the other without help. Would he enjoy having sex with him? Kelsarians consider sex between friends normal, something that didn't even require that much shortening of names to engage in. How would he compare to Galgaran, to Tom? Tom was also not as muscular as his heart, and yes, he wanted to have sex with him again, eventually. Alex, on the other hand, was there. There was no history between them other than work and being friends, and the shift was nearly over. Didn't that make now the best time for this? Engineer? He didn't respond immediately. Jeremy was no longer annoyed by it. He'd worked out he wasn't being ignored out of anything out of maliciousness. The engineer didn't want to leave what he was working on undone. So that would take priority. Once he was done, then he would. He looked up and at Jeremy. Yes, technician. He had to take the chance. Can we talk as friends? The engineer looked at his screen and then at him again. I suppose it's close enough to shift hand, Jeremy. That was the entirety of acknowledging they were no longer working. He had no idea what a relaxing Alex looked like. What can I do for you? Was there a better opening than that? Can you? Have you? The tilt of the ear wasn't impatient, not on Alex, but it was an indication he didn't care to waste time. Graal misses you, he said, giving up on the original intent. Have you thought about letting him back into your life? I'd expect you to prefer having him work off that energy on... I'd expect you to prefer having him work off that energy with you. Should he tell him God granted permission to have sex with all his friends? Would that be the needed incentive? Would it be a bribe of sorts? An indication the only reason Alex was friends with Graal was for the sex? Did Jeremy want their friendship to be that shallow? Graal's an adult. He said he can decide where he works it off. He hadn't had the guts to carry through with his initial plans, so he took pleasure in the quizzicalness his answer had engraved on his friend's face. The clock on his screen flashed blue. The shift is over, Jeremy stood. We should head home, or in his case, find one of his friends to hang out with, minus the sex. He just needed not to think about what Graal and his friend were up to. You go, his friend said. I have some things to finish. Alex, you can't just spend multiple shifts working. The smile his friend gave him had sadness to it. I still have things I have to finalize before my work is done. But don't worry, it'll soon be over. He couldn't make sense of the expression, but it didn't matter. I'm dropping by before I go to bed, and if you're here, I swear I'm getting the name of some of your friends, and I'm going to get them to pull you to their bed and not let you out of it for a week. Yes, I believe you. Good. He returned to his screen. That's good. He left the office. Maybe he should see about finding those names now. He saw the guy in the archway and headed for him. It might be easier than he expected. Jeremy! Xenial greeted him, smiling. You know everything, right? No, not even the gods know everything. But you can find out anything. With the right incentive? The smile said what incentive would work here, and Jeremy dropped it. He then forced himself to consider it. He liked Xenial, in spite of the constant implication he was looking for ways to shorten their name, or maybe because of it. How he didn't give up even without making a big deal of Jeremy's constant refusal. He suspected sex with him would be fun, if nothing else. His friend loved having fun. I'll think about it. That surprised his friend. What brings you to engineering? You. He pulled Jeremy's arm in his and walked away. What are you machinating? I have it on good authority that your heart is with a friend of his. I thought you could use a distraction. Meaning you will distract me? Xenial gave him his patented, you want me look. Only if you want me to. Did he? But I just thought you'd like a tour of my territory, Pants kept on. You say that, but I know you, Xenial. I don't think that even welded on did remain. They'll stay on unless you take them off me. Jeremy swallowed. Why was he hard when he hadn't reacted to any of his friend's previous attempt? Friend's previous, just as blatant, offers. Why was saying yes so fucking hard? Would Xenial even wait for them to be in a leisure alley? He had heard stories about some of the reasons his friend had ended up in a cell. That douses harder. He had no interest in spending time in a cell. Why do you think I want a tour of your territory? Your heart? With the Mailies known longer than just about anyone else on this ship, and with permission to do what comes naturally to us. You want something to distract you, and I figure looking through my inventory for things you can take apart will work. How do you even know about that? The smile was radiant. I have my ways. And how about you tell me why every other person we've walked by is looking at us as if the eatery declared us the next delight being served? Unexpectedly, his friend lost his jovialness. I guess that'll have to be addressed before anything else. What did you do? Let's wait until we're somewhere private. Okay, Jeremy said as soon as Danielle locked the access to the supply area to the hold. Thank you. My co-scriptor provided me the name. To the hold. Spill, you have something to do with people looking at us like that. At you. He rolled his eyes. Danielle walked by him. Danielle, if that's what you mean by distracting me, I'm not finding it amusing. He jumped and sat on the counter. You've had sex with the pilot, Temiro Toral. Yes, I don't see. How do you know about that? Anyone who is interested knows about it. Jimmy stalked to the counter and locked eyes with him. How? It came up during the adjudication. I know that. It's how Graal found out, but that doesn't explain how you know, how anyone else knows. There were people watching. And people with tablets. His face burned. Tablets could record. Him and Tomirim having sex had been broadcasted for everyone in the chamber to see, for anyone to record. But there's also Gregorian glared, happy for something else to think about, other than how embarrassing that was. Look, normally I wouldn't say anything more, since that's enough to explain it, but you're my friend, and if I have any hope of us shortening our names, I can't lie to you, even by omission. What did you do? You have to keep in mind that I'm a business male. I thought Alans were pirates. Piracy is a business, don't let anyone tell you otherwise. A very lucrative one, too. And as a business male, I saw an opportunity to make money. At my expense, Zeniale of Talahan. His friend winced. It was already out there. It was just a question of time before someone brought it on the ship. So I made it happen before them and made money in the process. I can't believe a few seconds of me having sex is enough to emotion toward the door. Oh, it's more than a few seconds. Jeremy glared again. The Kelsarian adjudicator requested the security feed for that exercise room. Why? Zeniel looked him up and down and licked his lips. Why do you think? Jeremy covered his burning face with his hands. Zeniel hugged him. It's a compliment, really. No, it isn't. No one will do more than offer. That isn't helping. Zeniel rested his head against his. I'm sorry for my part in this. Jeremy pushed him away. Damn it! I have no idea if you're saying that just because you think it's going to make me say yes sooner, or if you actually mean it. I'm serious, Jeremy. How am I supposed to know? He yelled. You're always planning one thing or another. You're a schemer, Xenial. The guy shrugged. It's who I am. Plans are fun. Setting up prey in a line for them to pounce on them, or one after the other, or trick someone else into pouncing is fun. I can't help it. Do you take anything seriously? I take you seriously. I take my position on the Bane seriously. I take the debt I owe your heart seriously. And you repay that by driving him insane. That male can do with some fun in his life. I am fun enough for him. He covered his face. I can't believe you got me to say that. Unless you're lying, take your hands away, Jeremy. There is nothing wrong with sex. You don't want to know what I think of Earthers for how they got you to look at it, how narrow who you think you can enjoy it is because of them. I'm trying, okay? I figured out that much. Jimmy took a breath and let it go. Fuck. He defied Zeniel to comment with a look, and his friend smiled innocently. Now what? Now whatever you want. The door's only locked from the other side, so you can't. A muffled explosion, then something fell to the ground. Jeremy turned in time to see a furless hand push the door aside. Zeniel was next to him as the first human stepped in. This isn't the armory, she snapped as two men followed her. There was no guarantee it would. You! The man snarled on setting eyes on Jeremy. Then he ran at him. Jeremy stepped away from his friend. He'd let him call security while he kept the other busy. He had no hope of winning against three, but this was about delaying things. He dodged and punched the man in the side as hard as he could and was rewarded with him staggering and letting out a pained grunt. The woman was on him, and he blocked. When she punched him in the stomach, he fought not to throw up and stay erect. He elbowed her in the face, out of the corner of his eyes. The other guy was trying to grab a vestless Zenial. He had to draw that one to him. Zenial couldn't last against a human soldier. She came at him, and at the same time as the guy, he staggered, tried for a tackle, and Jeremy stepped back in time for them to collide. He was up before Jeremy could go to his friend's help, and he was busy blocking and parrying until he landed a punch in the face, which he followed by a kick in the knee. He turned in time to avoid her punch. Fabric ripped, and he couldn't take his eyes off her to see if Zenial was okay. He had to end this somehow. He tackled her, grabbed on while he kneed her in the stomach over and over. When he let go, she fell, curled in on herself. Jeremy had time for a glance. Zenial was naked. "You fur-lover son of a bitch!" He'd take into view later. He blocked the man's punch and struck. I don't know if this is enough to imply who's saying it, but yeah. He blocked the man's punch and struck back. The man nearly fell when he put a weight on his hand, but cut himself in time. Jeremy didn't let him regain his balance. He punched. Someone behind him grunted, and he better not find Zenial down when he was done with this guy, or someone was going to bleed. "Do it, you murdering son of a bitch," the man taunted. "Come on, what's one more of your kind dead at your hand?" "What?" The man's charge was impeded by his limp, but Jeremy didn't get over his surprise in time. He was on his back, the man on top of him, punching him. "He was my friend, you son of a bitch! You murdered my friend!" A fur-covered knee landed in the man's face. "And you're hurting my friend!" He looked at the guy who'd rescued him, but didn't see him. What he see that he was naked. Jeremy remembered what he'd done. And that concludes chapter 16 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on Ream Story. If you want to listen to it live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Cypher, welcome to the stream. Saying good day, sunshine. Technically, only because it's distracting for you, but a lot of Parasite. Yeah, this is a first draft, and I'm less picky. When I do the second draft, I will focus on fixing all of these. Well, no, I mean it is not because it's a first draft that I don't want people pointing things out, because some things I will want to adjust here because I know I'll forget in the next next draft. This one just happens when I know it's something I do, and I don't want them in the final product, but I'm not there at this point. How are you doing today? Your first up, all of the light on description. You're so action-centric. Mine will vary a lot on what is happening. When a conversation is going on, there's hardly any description. When I start dealing with something something that a fight, something where the description is a little more required, there'll be more. But even then, I'm very much a minimalist as a writer. Second draft basically increases my word count by about 10% as I add the required, as I add the descriptions, as I add, as I add this needed stuff. It's a good thing through beta read territory. It's easier for the readers. Yeah. Alrighty, this 24th becomes 26th. James, 363 words, anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations, James. Consider yourself hugged back. I do. I will be right back. Um, so after lunch, I won't be reading and correcting. No, this is only the morning. Once my lunch is done, I will be writing a chapter for The Tourists, which is book 10 in the Monster and Batman series. And that's the same. Is that the same? The showcasing. There will be a read and comment on Thursday. There will be one. It will be Gutter the Wolf. Um, that is scheduled. Furred covered knee feels a little odd. Well, Jeremy's on his back. He's had his face punched in a few times. Don't really know how else. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, yes, yes. A fur-covered knees. Yes, you are correct. That one. Okay, yeah. This is a good example of what happens a lot of time. Like, my mind deleted the extra letters. Like, I read it as a fur-covered knees, and it, until you pointed it out, it didn't register that it was actually verbed. It turned into a verb. Go with there. Well, yeah. Actually, you are correct, Huntress. Right, you read what your brain thinks of. Well, actually, when I read, when it's one of the reasons I read it out loud is that I find myself catching a lot more mistakes that I make than if I just read it mentally. I don't catch them all as demonstrated here, but it turned into a much more effective editing method for me, which is why I do it. And it's got the added bonus of creating content that I can throw on YouTube. So, All right, so that's my 3 chapters for the Technician's Fight. We are going to go with Stepping Wild. Oh, wait. No, that's been done. Yeah, just forgot to put it. All right. Are you doing the? Maybe that's why you like doing the pendulum. Lets you see the two. Could be. You know, in the end, what works is important. Whatever works is how it goes. I can't write by hand anymore. My handwriting was horrible to start with. It did not improve with computers. But so yeah. Alrighty, I will start on another read and correct by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 82 of Stepping Wild. Leanne dropped in the seat opposite Tibbs and smiled, resting his elbows on the table and his chin in his hands. I have a secret, he sing-sang quietly. Tibbs raised an eyebrow and continued to eat. Do you want to hear it? Secrets don't remain that if you tell them. It's not mine. The glint in the young man's eyes did not inspire confidence. Then you shouldn't tell it. The person it's about won't like the person it's about won't like it. They might take it out on you when they hear it from someone else. It's yours, Leanne said, and as if Tibbs hadn't given a warning. He continued eating, wondering what this could be. There weren't many secrets Tibbs had the young man could have learned, since he didn't have an element. I know you don't spend the days helping around the village. How hard should he deny it? It would depend on what else Leon knew in relation to it. Why do you think that? His laughter was soft, that of someone working at not having everyone notice it. Come on, this is my village. I know everyone in it. When one of the farmer notices that the guy who went with Rachel a few times walks into the forest by himself, they tell me when I go to help them relieve the strain of working so hard. Do you always make the sex you have sound like something innocuous? No idea what that means, but I've only been careful with it but I've only been careful with how I say it since the city folks arrived. They have really strange hang-ups around knowing I'll fuck anyone willing. Tibbs nodded. Not everyone likes to listen to the details of what people do like that. Of what people do. You know what? I'll remove the like that. I get that, but this was them reacting to me talking about going off to fuck, not details. Didn't even say who it was with, and they got all icky about it. He shrugged. So I've been wrapping it in stuff they can't explain away. He nodded again and went back to eating. The silence didn't stretch as long as he'd hoped. And you don't want anything. And I don't want anything. Then why bring it up? Because I thought you should know I told them not to tell my sisters or anyone else, my sister or anyone else. Why? He didn't bother hiding his suspicions. Because I don't want her to kick you out, which she's going to do if she thinks you're venturing to her forest. He shrugged. Her and Rachel have been possessive of it since they were kids. It was where they had their adventure, where they fought dragons and ogres and elves and dwarves and all kind of monsters. I thought she'd grow up to be a bard with all the stories she told about what they got up to, not take over the tavern when her dad had the accident. Them being kids met 20 years ago? Could they have encountered Karliak then? No, not with stories of fighting monsters. Those were all out of the bard's songs and stories village folks told each other to explain the world. Even if the dungeon had been there that long, they didn't know how to make creatures. And I'm realizing the dungeon has been there that long. Why do you care if she kicks me out? Because without you, I go back to an all-meat diet. Unlike what Cole says, or any of the guys I fucked with, I need more than that. There was no light on the words, so you could trust Leon wanted that right now. Still give him some leverage. It still gave him some leverage. I don't have to stay, Tip said. I know. If you try to use that to have me do, what could Leon try to blackmail him into? The young man grinned. The only thing I'd have a reason to use that for, I already have. The only thing I have a reason to use that for, I already do with every guy in the village and a good number of the city folks now. He didn't know about Tibbs' other skills, so those were probably not something he'd think of, but if you try to force me to do anything, I'll just leave. Leon nodded. I understand. He smiled. So, just what do you get up to all day in the forest? Tibbs smiled. That's my secret to keep. The room was unimpressive to look at, but it was there, and that was impressive in itself. Did you put any thought into making it like this? He asked. The room was an uneven circle with 3 openings, 3 corridors from it to where Karliak influences ended. I thought about this shape, the dungeon replied. But why this shape? The answer was slow in coming. You said there had to be corridors, so that meant openings. You said at least two, but not if there was a maximum. Three seemed fine. Then I made the walls to join them, but that seemed like a small room, so I pushed them back until it was like this. The pause was filled with hesitation. Did I do that? Yeah. Did I do it wrong? No, this is your room. You can't make it wrong. I just wanted to know how you'd come up with this shape. Simtor, did you help them? Was I supposed to? This could be a problem. Do you have ideas about what the room should look like? I'm not the one making it. But you are here to help. How to say this? You two are a team. Aren't those runners? No, teams just mean a group of people. We aren't people, Karliak said. You are people of a sort, Tibbs replied. You can think and you can do, so if you want, you can work with someone else, and that makes you a team. What if Karliak doesn't want me to? Why wouldn't I want to work with you? Why wouldn't I want to work with you? That's a lot of W's. Because I don't have anything to add? I don't know anything. No one's taught me how to help you. Don't think that way, Tib said. No one taught me how to survive the street, but I still manage it. Even if you don't know how you were expected to help Karliak, you can still help. So, do you have thoughts about the room? Well, you said that things happen in the room. The traps, the puzzle, and fights. So I think that if there's more space, it's better. So the walls could push back as far as they can. But doesn't that remove the corridor? The dungeon asked. It just leaves openings. You can have corridors. The room doesn't have to be uniform, right? That's right, Tip said. Then this is what it would look like. The walls moved back, leaving the corridors protruding inside the room. I don't know. The corridor kind of get in the way. I'm sorry. I knew this was... Stop, Tip said. You aren't wrong, Simtor. And you aren't wrong, Karliak. Can we both be right? The helper asked. More often than people think, he replied. There will be time when only one of you can be right, but this isn't one of them. This is about helping each other. Karliak had an idea. You have yours. If you discuss it, try them, figure out if there are other ways to make rooms, you can come up with ideas neither of you could manage alone. But I'm the dungeon. I'm the one who makes the walls. Yes, but don't start thinking that means you're the only one who can be right. If, in the end, you both think different shapes are good, then you are the one who picks which one you make. Maybe you can use Simtor's idea on the next room, if it will work, for what you plan to have happen there. 2 rooms? Won't they be small? Tib smiled. You will grow as you gain more essence, which is where traps play a part. I'm going to need the net. He gathered branches, then secured them to the ground, and set the net between them until it was mostly flat. Think of this as a representation of your floor. On the other side of the room, a copy of what Tibbs did grew out of the ground. You'll come up with better ways. This is to teach you the principle behind this kind of traps. He made squares of stone and placed them so they were kept up by the net's string. Do you make a lot of traps? Simtor asked as he worked. No, they're things Stowe put in his rooms for us to have to figure out. A stone fell and he had to reset it. Many of them did the same, to the point he considered using essence to hold them, but he didn't know if Karliak had enough to manage it on the size of a room. Once they were all in place, he noticed how the wood essence within the string reacted to the weight of the stone and realized he had a way to help with his demonstration. He made another stone in the shape of a person. This is a drop tile trap. He placed the person on the stone where the strain in the string essence was strongest. When someone steps on one, the added weight was enough and the string shifted, causing the floor to drop to the ground. They fall. So I make it so it can stay up but not support their weight. This picked up the stone person. But this is where one of the rules of dungeons come into play. It must be possible for a trap to be overcome in such a way that all members of the team can cross it, can reach the exit. He placed the person on a stone where there was barely any strain on the strings holding and not holding it. And nothing happened. Why? Because everything you do is about testing the runners. You moved the figure to a stone with more strain. You force them to, in this case, think. Be patient. Test if the tiles will support the other's weight. They need to overcome your test, which means there has to be a way to succeed. And with a team, it means the whole team has to make it through to the exit. And if they fail, I observe them. Most of the time, it won't be the entire team. Most of the time, it won't be the entire team that fails. What happens then? Simtar asked. It will depend on the team. Some will turn around and leave. They can do that? Karliak asked. Yes. Teams aren't required to finish the floor they entered. If they decide they are too weak for the next room, they can leave. Doesn't that mean I don't get anything? You don't get any essence from that run, but you will gain knowledge. You'll see what they do, how they overcame your traps or the creatures you had them fight. But what if they never come back? Tibbs smiled. That's where loot comes into play. He moved the stone person to another tile and it shifted but didn't fall. Loot, Simtar said, something like they were searching. That's what the reward's called, isn't it? Yes. That's what we runners call anything the dungeon gives us as part of overcoming the test. The biggest one is the chest at the end of the floor, the one they get after defeating the floor boss. But they can also be caches throughout the floor. I don't know what that is, Simtar said, defeat in their voice. Those are small hidden alcoves that will contain something small, some stone. Some stone made had pieces of clothing. Some stone made had pieces of clothing, knives, little things to encourage us to continue. On the first floor, they were always in the same room or corridor, but he moved them around. He also added traps to them in case we grew overconfident. I don't see how a tile floor will do anything in something small that just holds small items. Tip smiled. That's just one kind of trap, and it's designed for a room. We'll talk about blade traps later. Then, a trap like this tests them, and the loot I hide motivates them to continue. And Simtar said, a bit of excitement in their voice, you'll have to balance what you get from the runs against what you need to use to make them. You don't want to use more than you get, since in the end this is also about helping you grow. Exactly, Tibbs said, unable to mask his pride that they'd worked that out without his help. Then I think there's a problem with the trap. They are going to fall into my room. Simtar said that I can't have anyone there, that it's bad. I heard someone say that, Simtar said. And Genny said the same. I've been in Stowe's core room, but now was not the time to bring up the them. But what? I'm his friend. He trusts me. Since people don't know dungeons are people in their own way, they'll see your core as something valuable. Maybe your channels too, since they are filled with colors. They think it's just more loot. Then they only fall to above my room. or you move it out of the way. But I don't have anywhere to move it to yet. By the time you deal with runners, you'll have enough essence to have a full floor. Or so he hoped. They were far enough he doubted anyone would come here anytime soon. How am I going to gain essence without them? You'll see when you're ready to use the trap. For now, do you think you can recreate the trap as part of your floor? Make it the floor for the other side? The mock-up Karliak had created melted into the ground. Then essence shifted about. The ground sunk in as the dungeon absorbed the essence that made it up. The ground sunk in as the dungeon absorbed the essence that made it up down to about Tibbs's height. Then wood essence wove itself over the pit, and other mixing with it as thick rope became visible. Between them, stone essence concentrated, a weave of its own with all the elements Tibbs had mixed in, and others. Then, when it was done, he looked at a large version of the one he'd made and could already tell there were problems, but that would be part of the lesson. Another rule is that you can't make changes once runners enter a room. Why? I think that one's so you can't make changes at the last instant. You need to work out the details of how it will be from what you sense of them as they reach the room. It's so you don't cheat, Centaur said. Why would I cheat? Carlier asked. Once clever runners keep overcoming your trap, Tibbs said, it becomes tempting. The tile he stepped on was a long stride, not the largest, but definitely not the smallest either. He walked around them. Do you see a problem? No. Shouldn't he fall through one of them? He said to make the one he'd made. I had to make them bigger for that, so there's more essence in them. This is where adapting ideas come into play. Tibbs said, when you make a change, it will affect how the trap works. In this case, it makes them able to resist my weight. He jumped, and more. I don't think I'd be able to cause this to fall without using essence. I suppose that I can change how the essence makes the tile, make them more fragile, or the rope not as solid. That's a way to adapt the trap. He reached the center. Remove the stones at the edge of the trap. They don't evaporate. They melted. Karliak melts them away. They melted away, and he walked to them. The bottom was flat stone. Do you see the problem now? You can't cross them? They said tentatively, which goes against the rule of there being a way to overcome a trap. But you told me to remove them. As another example of what can happen. How would you make sure it doesn't happen? By not removing those tiles. You could make them smaller, Centaur offered. Instead of making everything larger like this, you could fill the space with smaller tiles. I guess I could. There was a pause. Which one is the right way? Both, Tibbs replied. Maybe neither. There isn't one way a trap works or one way it's going to be the best one. It's going to be about you figuring out how it works best for what you're trying to do. If the trap is about forcing the runners to think, work out the path to cross, then maybe smarter tiles will suit that purpose since it increases the possibilities. If it's to challenge them physically, larger one might be best as they might have to jump over them. He lined up with a larger one, ran and jumped. I don't have over. So this is the lesson for today. If you're still moving, you can stop now. I want you to do two things while I'm away. you and Simtor think of a different way to make drop tiles trap. Not just with size, but with what they look like, what they are made of, how they register someone stepping onto them. Along with that, I want you to study the way trees are made. Next time, we are going to also work on we are also going to work on making you less noticeable. And that concludes chapter 82 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that by something like 20 chapters and support me in the process, that is on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Alrighty. Hey. Back. Hello, Akla. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? And enjoy the lurk, Cypher. Doing fine. Just for a quick game session of Kim Kerbal Space Program. Just trying to figure out how to land a ship back. Good luck. I am doing well. Thank you very much. Since you weren't there earlier, I was accepted as a captain for the playtest of Riftopia. That's going to be running from the 21st of June to the 30th, 21st to 30th of June. July 18th. I may run have a special stream Saturday, depending on my schedule. But but I will definitely run battles while I'm streaming during the week. You had heard about it? Okay, could be. It could very well be. It could be. I may have mentioned. I may definitely have mentioned it somewhere. He'll be mostly lurking, studying law. Cool. Enjoy. Ah, that is done. Nope. No, it is not done. Right. This goes on Royal Road. I mean, something after my captain stuff had to help people. No, no worries. No worries. All right. Now this chapter is done. So I will start another one by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 83 of Stepping Wild. Tibbs stepped into Carliac's influence, holding the animal to his chest, and amused at the mismatch of parts of trees, bushes, grasses, rocks, and earth that turned it into something of an obstacle course. It might make for an efficient first floor room. It looked like the dungeon had taken his comment about making them look inconspicuous and done their best. "What are you holding?" Centaur asked. "Part of today's demonstration and exercise. Carliac, can you absorb everything and make the drop tile floor?" The vegetation melted away, and he stepped out of the influence until it was gone, and the ground was replaced by... They had worked on that too. This one is... As it instructed, they'd worked on that too. He was impressed. It looked much more like the floor of a room now. Carliac had reduced the size of the tiles to roughly the length of his foot. He changed the ropes to look like they were part of the ground, even with the tiles. They were still mostly square, the way Tibbs had made one, and the rope adapted to that instead of running straight from one side to the other. Oddly enough, it gave the floor a natural sense to it, rather than something people would make. He sensed the tiles and had to place his foot on the rope as they were the only thing strong enough to support his weight. He'd touch on that later. "I like what you did, although there is a flaw at the moment." "What is it?" the dungeon asked. "I wouldn't be able to make it across. None of the tiles can support my weight." "But you aren't using the tiles," they pointed out. "Because I can sense them and know the ropes are the only solid part of the floor. Runners wouldn't be able to do that, to tell that." Doesn't that make it part of the test then?" Centaur asked. "Force them to think about where they need to step to make it across?" Tibbs considered it. "Okay, that would work. But then, with how they currently are, it would be too easy for a runner to work it out. As soon as they've tested every tile they can reach and they've dropped, they'll have to test the ropes and they'll find out those can support their weight. So I need to vary the tiles, get them to think there's a path that way, and then block it." This placed the rabbit down, then released it, both from his hand and the fever essence he'd used to immobilize it. It darted across the room. "Oh, a hopper!" Carliac said excitedly. "Right now, that's your first runner, and..." He waited until the rabbit disappeared in the underbrush on the other side. "It's beat your test." "Hoppers are people?" Centaur asked. "They don't feel anything like you or the other one." "No, they aren't people. They're animals." "You said runners are a kind of people." He chuckled. "Oh, okay. In this case, I use the hopper, as a representation of a runner since I can't bring an actual runner." "Why not?" Carliac asked. "They aren't any around here at the moment." "Can you get some?" "It would take too long." "I'm patient." Tibbs forced a chuckle and hoped the dungeon wouldn't get too insistent. I might not have the time. People get older much faster than dungeons. Even without tests, we eventually die. If I die before I find some, I wouldn't be able to help you anymore. So we're going to use animals in their place for you to practice adapting. All right. So I have to make the tiles weaker. And you need to have walls to keep the entrance with the entrance and exit and a bit of a corridor in them. Make the corridor 4 tiles deep. I'll get you another runner while you make the changes. The essence in the tiles was of varying density, but you couldn't tell which one would support the rabbit or not. All right. The hopper making it to the exit is considered them passing your test. What happens then? In this case, they get to run away in the forest. Once you have a complete first floor, they'd move on to the next room until they reach the boss room. Once they defeat the boss, they'd get the floor rewards, and if your second floor is complete, you'd give them access to that so they can continue testing themselves. If your second floor isn't ready, they turn around with their loot and leave to come back later. Can you explain floors? Simtor asked. A floor is the area in which Karliak will test those of a same rank. Rank? Right. A runner's rank is a determination of how strong they are. The guild gives them name, but you don't need that. The thing to keep in mind for this test is that your first floor is intended to test runners without an element, like this hopper. He placed it down and let it go. You shouldn't increase the difficulty to account for those who have gained one. Doesn't that mean it'll become too easy for them? The rabbit nearly fell when a tile broke under its feet, but jumped off in time. If everything goes well, you will grow in time with them so that by the time a team finds the floor too easy, you're ready to open your second one and continue challenging them. 4 rows from the exit, the rabbit disappeared down a broken tile. What is it doing? Simtor asked. Tibbs walked on the ropes to where the rabbit had fallen, then tapped the tiles until he could see he could see it. It was twitching, and focusing on it, he could sense its life essence slowly leaking out. It's dying. Oh, okay. No, this wasn't okay. The hole wasn't deep enough for the fall to kill, leaving the rabbit to suffer as it died. He pulled the life essence out. Wait, wasn't that supposed to be mine? Tibbs let it go. Okay, why did you do that? So it wouldn't suffer. What's suffering? Simtor asked. It's feeling something you don't like. So, like me being sent to Karliak without any idea what I was supposed to do? He chuckled. What the rabbit felt was more intense than that. It had broken bones and broken insides. It felt pain with each breath. You can tell that? Karliak asked, impressed. No, I felt it. He straightened. I think you need to feel it too. If I'm not going to like it, I don't see why I should. So you understand why you need to make your traps in a way that causes as little suffering as possible. Make a block of stone. I'd rather not. Karliak, you have to. I need you to know what this is like. I won't do anything permanent, but you have to experience it so you can relate to the runners putting themselves through your test. Nothing permanent? I promise. And that means you won't change your mind? Yes, but be careful. Not everybody who says it means it. Then what's the point? A block the size of 5 tiles grew to roughly the equivalent height. It's part of being people. We set up rules and some of us go about breaking them. He sensed the block. It was mostly like the walls of the core room, if not quite as dense. I need you to resist what I'll do. Your job is to keep control of your essence in the block while I try to take it away from you. He began, before Karliak responded, using barely any and undoing a point in the center of the face. You said you weren't going to do anything permanent. Focus, Karliak. I'm not going to take away more, or I'm going to take away more. The resistance built until Tibbs couldn't undo. Until Tibbs had no effect. The hole was barely the width of his thumb and half that in depth. There, the dungeon stated. Tibbs pushed. What? The dungeon pushed back. He pushed harder. He pushed a little harder and the dungeon reacted. Again and again it went. Then Tibbs pushed and the dungeon didn't match it. You need to stop me, Karliak. He unraveled the essence slowly, giving the dungeon time. I don't like this. I know, but if you don't stop me, I'm going to take it all. You promised. Tibbs swallowed. He had to get him to take it seriously. I lied. He undid a larger chunk. That's mine! The dungeon pushed back and Tibbs let them retake control, let them hope. Then he pushed harder. He closed his eyes at the despair in Karliak's voice and as they tried to protect the block and Tibbs continued to unravel it. Half the block was left when he stopped. Karliak wasn't sobbing, but Tibbs figured it was because dungeons couldn't. This is what the Hopper felt as he died. I hate it. I hate you. Tibbs released the essence. He'd unraveled and left. Karliak had filled his influence with stone, so Tibbs left. You look like your best friend died, Carl said, sitting on the opposite side of the table. Tibbs had started thinking Carl said, sitting on the other side of the table, Tibbs had started thinking of as his. The tavern was never full. All of them was never so full, all of them were occupied, and this one never seemed to be. Maybe the others wanted to be as close to each other and considered this one too far. They're just I don't know if we're friends, but they aren't talking to me. Something you did? Tibbs nodded. Have you apologized? They won't let me. I find it doesn't usually matter. When Leanne does something, he just won't stop apologizing until I have no choice but to listen. And he hurts you often? Carl smiled as he shook his head. He's a sweetheart, but even he screws up sometimes. Because he won't be your special guy? Carl laughed. No one can be special to Leanne. He loves us all too much. He looked in his tankard. It hurt when I realized it the first time. Back then I dreamed of taking him away from this place, making ourselves rich in the city, giving him everything he'd ever want. Then I realized he doesn't want anything that isn't already here. You've had someone like that? Tibbs shook his head. I don't. He shrugged and Carl didn't press. Give them time. Be there when they're ready to listen to you. I don't know if they'll ever will. It had been needed. He couldn't think of another way to ensure Karliak didn't take what runners did for granted, that he respected what they put themselves through. I wasn't kind. We can be assholes sometimes, but they'll get tired of cutting you off at some point. No one has the strength to hate someone else for the rest of their lives. Tibbs hid his smirk by drinking from his tankard. Some people could hang on to their hate for as long as needed. He would. But yeah, just be there when they get tired of it. Then they'll probably ask to talk with you. It was a month of Tibbs going to Karliak nearly every day before the stone was gone. He stood at the edge of the dungeon's influence, unsure what to do. Karliak's not ready to talk to you, Simtor said, and Tibbs looked around. He'd been certain he was outside of it. Then why did they remove the stone? I asked for it. I'm ready to speak with you. Can they hear us? Karliak's is turned inward. He took that to mean they couldn't. What you did, that was... Simtor couldn't seem to find the word, so Tibbs provided it. Cruel. What I did was cruel. I wish I could have thought of a different way to teach the lesson. How was it taught to you? His laugh was bitter. Mama was taken from me when I was a child by men who were supposed to protect us. The people around me sought to use me and hurt me instead of comforting me. I was alone, having to do anything I could to stay alive. The world taught me cruelty, and I hated it for it. Then why did you do that to Karliak? Because I need them to understand what runners do isn't easy. We suffer for what we get. We accept that it's part of how running a dungeon goes, but it shouldn't be needlessly so. We'll make mistakes, and if we survive them, we will suffer. If we don't, death shouldn't be prolonged. It's not hard just on the one dying, but on everyone around them. It's a kindness to make it quick. All right, I'll explain it. Simtor, there's something you need to know. They chuckled. I figure there's more than one. This one's important. There are things out there that exist to destroy dungeons that break the rules. We won't break them. You don't know them, Simtor. I don't know them. I know some, and I'll teach Kaliak those, but I just know them because I've seen what happens when they're broken. I've seen the them work. The them? It's what Ganny called them. Anytime Stowe would break a rule, she'd threaten him with them. I don't know if she even believed they were real, but Stowe didn't. He was like me a lot. We don't like rules that we can't find ways to bend or break. Then the them showed up. You need to make sure Karliak is careful, Simtor. Part of your job as a helper is to get them to follow the rules, which I don't know. Yeah, it's going to suck. Thank you for telling me, Tibbs, they eventually said. Thank you for giving me a chance to explain. It's going to be longer before Karliak is ready to continue. Keep the stone up until then. That way, I'll know I can step in once it's gone. And that concludes chapter 83 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and support me in the process, that is on Ream Story. If you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Yeah, my escape key is broken. That's annoying. To this last chapter. Alrighty, I am confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording. and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 84 of Stepping Wild. The stone was gone, so, after hesitating, Tibbs stepped within the dungeon's influence. The silence stretched long enough, he sensed, to make sure he was over the core room. So was... To be certain he hadn't misjudged where the influence started. Why? Carlius asked, and Tibbs thought the neutral tone covered up anger. How long could a dungeon remain angry? They didn't understand time the way people did. Did it mean it could last longer? Couldn't last as long? He had hoped Simtor would have given his reasons, and maybe they had. Tibbs wouldn't accept someone else telling him why the person who'd hurt him had done it. I needed you to take what I was doing seriously. I needed you to understand what suffering can be like for us. It's not a game. It's not a test. Sometimes suffering can take everything we are away. Why do you want me to know what that's like? Because that's what you do to us. You said that's not a test. Tibbs swallowed his annoyance. But it can happen from the test, Karliak. Was the dungeon really not understanding? Were they being difficult on purpose? If we fail, we die and it ends. Has to end right then and there. To let a runner suffer while they die is just being cruel. You were. Tibbs nodded. When we survive, we'll often be hurt. We'll suffer then, and you can't do anything about it. Shouldn't do anything about that. But we have to be the ones to decide if we want to endure it, or turn around and try again another day. Dying isn't under our control. It's under yours. You can't be gentle with the runners, but you should try to be kind, to not be cruel. How can I trust you, Tibbs? You said you wouldn't take my essence, that it was a demonstration. You weren't taking it seriously. You weren't understanding how much it can hurt. It was still a game to you. And that makes it okay? Tibbs' laugh was bitter. No, but it made it the only way I could think to make you understand. It isn't worth much, but I'm sorry for what I did. You're right. I don't think you being sorry means anything now. He nodded. How do you want to proceed? Carlius nodded. I want you to leave and never come back. But I need what you know. The silence stretched. Is this how people are? Always lying to each other? No. A lot of them never have to lie, or at least not in ways that will hurt others. But some do. And like how I did it to you, we won't know it's about to happen. How do you live like this, like that? We do the best we can. Some of us never trust anyone. Some never talk with someone they aren't certain they can trust. Most try to tell if the other is lying and do what they can to guard themselves against in case they get it wrong. I don't think I could live like that. I don't want to live like that. I wish I didn't have to. Can't make the pit any deeper, and I can't do anything to the runner that's fallen. I don't want it to suffer, but what can I do? Once you have more essence, you'll be able to use that to create systems that will respond to a runner's action. But for now, you'll just have to make the fall more deadly. He formed a spike of stone, keeping it as narrow as he could for it to survive the animal's fall on it, and making the point sharp enough it would be so sharp it should be enough by itself. Put spikes like this at the bottom of the pit. Put them close enough, the hopper will have to fall on one, no matter how they fall through. He stepped away and the spike melted into the ground. Almost immediately, the ground changed as if a wave crested over it and turned it into a tile floor, except for 7 paces around Tibbs. That's fast. The floor was also more refined, the lines straighter, the tiles more uniform. I needed something to do so I didn't have to think about how you made me feel, Karliak replied darkly. Then Wall rose, tree trunks so straight they looked like the side of a log cabin, and ending where the influence ended, leaving them cut as if by a saw. No one walking by would think this was natural, but he'd explain that later. The entrance and exit faced each other, with a corridor a few paces deep, as best as Tib could tell at a distance. He pulled in his sense and studied the floor. What are you doing? Running the room. But I didn't make it for you. Good. Then this can be another test. You can't know who will come in ahead of time. So you want to set your traps to test as many different runners as you can. But I only have a set number of tiles and fixed numbers of ways I can create a path through them. Working out how to make what you need with the limited resources is another way you grow, just like us. When we become runners, we don't have a sense, so we have to work out how to use our senses to tell what tiles will be trapped and which won't. He tested the tile, and they all broke with only a slight pressure, revealing a bed of spikes that look appropriately deadly. Like I said, they aren't made for you. That's okay. I know how to get to the exit. He stepped on the line of tiles. It no longer looked like a rope, and the line between tiles, it no longer looked like a rope, and what he'd sensed of it before pulling in his sense made it mostly stone. It gave as soon as he put weight on it, and he pulled his foot up in surprise. Okay, that's clever. You think so? He crouched again and pushed on the line. It resisted until he had most of his weight on it. Yes, that can take enough weight, or if a runner will think it's safe, then try it and at least one of them will fall through. That isn't why I made it like that. Tibbs wasn't surprised. Karliak hadn't made this room for him after all. Then what is the reason? It lets me use as little essence as possible on support to support the tiles. Tibbs nodded. Then another lesson. Good ideas don't always come from the plan you had in mind. Sometimes you're aiming to do one thing and it'll end up serving a different purpose. Even a mistake in one place can end up being something useful elsewhere. If you're able to never throw away something. I don't throw anything outside my influence. That would be a waste. I mean, ideas. Do you remember everything you do? Simtor, do I remember everything? You haven't forgotten anything yet, they replied. But I can see a point where finding a specific thing among everything will be harder. Sounds a bit like how I remember things, but there are things that no matter how hard I try, I can't remember. I can't even imagine what that's like. Tibbs chuckled. We get used to it, but it does get annoying at times. I would love to be able to remember everything. How easy it would be to find the man who had killed Mama then. He stood. Since I can't cross it as a runner, I'll jump over and get a hopper to run it. And etching under his feet sent him to the corridor. How did you do that? Simtor asked. It's going to be one of the lessons once Karliak has more essence. He considered something. Enough to make 2 rooms. He placed the rabbit down and let it go. It hopped around, managing to avoid falling 3 times, then wasn't fast enough and fell. It impaled on a spike and its life essence poured out. Good. I'll be back with another. He placed another rabbit down, and this one refused to move until Tibbs touched it. It bolted forward, landing on a tile that broke and fell to its death. They don't seem to be learning anything, Simtor said. They're animals, and they'd need to survive to have a chance of learning. Should some of them survive? How to answer that question? Is there a way for one of them to cross to the exit? Of course, Karliak said. Then the rules are respected. If you want to have some of them survive, it's a decision you need to make. But they're going to escape out of the other exit, and I'm not going to get their essence. Is that more important than learning to outthink the runners? There doesn't seem to be a lot of thinking happening with them. Tibbs chuckled. That's true of it with animals, but if you have people as runners, it's something you'll have to decide. He turned. I'll get another rabbit. Tibbs returned with something else this time, and needed more fever essence to hold it still. The wild cat was the size of an infant, and when he put it down and released it, instead of running over the tiles, it turned and hissed at him. Oh, I've sensed those running through me when I had the clearing. What is it? A lynx. He swiped at him, then darted left. He launched for it, knowing it was a waste of time, and it was already going right, running out of the dungeon by the time Tibbs landed. It went in the wrong direction. It's not going to be the most cooperative runner. I'll be right back. Tibbs placed the lynx down, holding it with fever. When I let go, you run in that direction. He readied himself to catch it this time and let go. It didn't bother hissing, pushing itself away from the tile and between Tibbs's leg before he reacted. I can close it behind you if you want, Karliak offered. No, I will get it to run the room. He exited the dungeon. With a frustrated scream, Tibbs rolled as the cat ran over his back and out of the dungeon. The abyss-cursed animal had tricked him into jumping forward. Why don't you immobilize it the way you hold it when you put it down? Simtor asked. It's just a stupid animal, Tibbs replied, getting to his feet. It's going to do what I want it to do. He exited the dungeon after it. You look like you've had a bad day, Darna said, putting the plate and tankard before him. Stupid and stubborn. Tibbs grumbled. Kids can be that way, she said with a chuckle and walking away. Can I try something? Karliak offered as Tibbs placed the lynx down. Short of spinning it while I'm holding it, you can try anything you want to lure a runner in. Halfway between him and the center of the room, a rabbit formed out of the floor. It had no life essence, and the fever didn't feel right for an animal. When he released the lynx, it didn't move. Stood so still, Tibbs might think it a carving, if he couldn't sense it. He touched to prod it forward, and it turned around his hand and was out between his legs. Tibbs let out a frustrated scream. I thought that was going to work, Karliak said. I sensed something like that chasing a hopper once. Okay, I need a break. He ran a hand over his face. Turn your influence into a clearing. We're going to get back to traps later. He stepped out of the influence and let the change. He stepped out of the clearing, and the change was just as fast as when he changed the floor. So what Karliak had practiced went beyond one thing. He stepped back in. The first thing we're going to work on is something you'll have to keep working with over time, because it's going to have to change as your influence grows, and that's about keeping you and your first floor from being too easily found. Don't I want runners to come? Yes, but if you make it too easy, you're going to get too many of them, and we might get things we don't want. Yes, there are people out there with the guild that takes controls of who goes into dungeon. They try to keep them from growing? No, they'll try to keep me from growing? Tibbs swallowed his response. It would be so easy to lie. To make the guild so bad, it would be out of a bard's song. But it wasn't toward dungeon it was bad. It's more complicated than that. What they do would help you. They'd give you so many runners you'd be able to grow quickly. Then why don't I want them to know about me? I don't want, this is italicized, I don't want them to know about you, Karliak. What the guild does helps you, but it hurts a lot of people. I was thrown into Stowe without any idea what I was supposed to do. The guild built a town to get more people, so more people would go into him. And when the town was threatened, they let it happen. All they did was protect the dungeon. They'd see you as more important than the people in the town they'd build. And I'm not more important? The question had no judgment in it. I don't think you are. I don't think you should be. It's supposed to be a balance. We test ourselves against you, and those who survive get stronger with you. The guild, it lets the people in the town suffer when it had the power to end it. It's cruel? Simtor asked. That one was easy. Yes, it is. We're nothing more than food for them to feed you with. I don't want them to come here and ruin more lives. Okay, so how do I make it so it's not easy to find me? The laugh was nearly a sob. I expected you to fight me on this. I don't want runners to suffer, Tibbs. Not if I can help it. Runners are people, so I don't want them to suffer either. He could be lying, Simtor said in a factual tone. Maybe, but I don't think Tibbs would lie about something that ends up not causing suffering if I listen. Is that how people do it? Try to figure out when someone would lie? Yeah, it's something else, something we need to do. Are you lying to me, Tibbs? I think we all know you can't believe what I tell you unless you're able to see light on my words. Is that something I can do? Probably. I knew a guard with light as his element who could tell when someone lied. I don't know how he did it. For me, it just happens. Words pretty much always glow because they're always changing what we mean a bit. But I've learned to work out the big lies from when someone just wants to impress me or protect themselves. What I did to you is one of the worst way we lie. But there are a lot of small ones. Some even help us a little. Karliak sighed. People are complicated. Yes, we are. Tibbs looked around. All right. So, to hide yourself, you need to make your outside blend in with the surroundings. Right now, you're the size of your influence. But I'm always going to be the size of my influence. That's who I am. True. Your rooms. Those are what you need to camouflage. And since your first floor will only have 3 or 4 of them, they won't be as large as you will. Why only 4? Because those will be enough to test runners without an element. There are no rules about how the first floor rooms are made, but I think it should be one for each of the kinds of tests you'll give the runners plus the boss room. What's the boss? Karliak, Simtor, maybe you should focus on one task. I'm sure Tibbs will explain about the rooms when we get to that. He might forget. That's not something I'm going to forget about. So the way to hide yourself is to make the outside of your rooms look like the rest of the trees. You remember how they felt when you moved? A trunk with branches grew out of the ground until it reached the top of Karliak's influence. It was too straight. A representation of what a tree was, more than the actual tree. Did it mean Karliak's memory was no more accurate than Tibbs's, or was this an indication of how a dungeon perceived essence? Let me try something. He stepped out of the dungeon and returned with a sapling in a handful of dirt. He made a hole with his heel and placed it in it. Then carefully pushed wood essence into it. He let it take what it needed, then pushed only a little more, causing it to grow faster. He had to add life essence since it grew faster than that could keep up. Soon enough, he had a small tree close to his height. It was thin, bent in odd places, and might not survive the next storm, but it looked more like a tree than the one Karliak made. He stepped away. Can you sense it how the essence is, how it compares to the one you made? Yes. And that's more accurate? More, yes, but it's not exact. I tried to let it grow by itself, but it was too fast, so I had to help, and I can't sense all the elements yet. So there are a lot of them missing, but its shape is a lot like those outside your influence. As it grows, feel for them. Where's the cursor? There's the cursor. Um, Feel for them as it grows. You'll get a better sense of what you should make the trees around your room like. They're all different. Simtor said, I noticed that, but I wasn't paying much attention. Yes, just like people are all different, anything that has life in it grows with their own differences. We're all alike enough that you can tell a tree from a flower, from a cat, from a person, but two of them side by side will also be different. I'll have to practice that, Kaliak mused as the tree they made shifted in shape. That's why you'll be working on this over time. Also, as your influence reaches higher, you'll sense the top of the trees, so you'll be able to add that. Since you do want runners to find you, you'll also want to draw attention to your entrance. It can't stand out too much, but it needs to be noticed. Furman molded the trees around it to form an arch. It looked almost natural, but it was enough to pull in someone curious. So make the trees around it look different enough, Karliak said, sounding distracted while the tree continued changing. Yes. And if I can get your full attention, we're going to move on to test of combat. And that concludes chapter 84 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available for free on Royal Road. If you want to read ahead of that and buy something like 20 chapters and support me in the process, that is on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hello, Libby, and here's the rehydrate. I hope you are doing well. I will be right back. Enjoy your lurk, James. 23rd becomes 25th. right. Short of having made a mistake. This is all done. And I should do this before I forget. Well, before I forget. If I don't do it today, I'll have to do it tomorrow, but might as well do that today. it is time for me to take lunch. So I will see you in an hour when I get back. And we are back. I am back. This, James, before Kindar was, while Kindar, wait, BK, before Kindar, well, Kindar was, okay, I don't know what that one is. BK, before Kindar before Kindar was on break. 103 words, the anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations, James. And thank you, Angel. How is your day progressing? Slowly and good. Cool. Alrighty, this afternoon it is chapter 5 of The Tourist. Book 1 in the Lost Hope trilogy. Book 10 in the Monster and Bad Men series. Well then I hope your day is done. That you are now at the stage where you get to relax and take it easy. So I need something that can be manufactured. I need their engine breaks. I need it to happen in such a way that it can be manufactured while also looking like it can happen naturally. While Kindar was away, an almost 7-month-old baby girl won't let you relax. While Kindar was away, 208 words, the anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations, James. Like the one that comes to my mind, but the thing is, it cannot be. I don't think it can be manufactured. Is a cracked block, but that can be. And the thing is that they, well, actually, could they know? All right, okay, screeching. Something warped. Now, could they, like, how much in advance could they have planned this? The thing is that they couldn't know that they would not be welcome. Which means that, what is Riftopia? It is, if you're familiar with Stream Raider, that is a successor. Playtesting will start on the 31st. I have been accepted as a captain, so I will be running battles during my work days. I am considering if I can find the time doing a special stream on the 21st itself. But that will depend entirely if I can find the time. My Saturdays tend to be busy. Um, but yeah, it's basically do you know about Algos United? Alrighty, Angel, have fun. So, okay, so getting back to this, they cannot have known ahead of time. So, they cannot have. The only time they had to plan this, to make this happen, was while they were at the motel. Okay, I have no idea if it's going to work. But, yeah, it's going to give me something I can write with. Actually, well, yeah, they would want it to look natural. Tristan is already seeing sabotage, so when it doesn't work quite well as natural, it's not going to bother the storytelling because he thinks someone else sabotaged the. Actually, where do we have him when? Hello, Huntress. 20th. Oh, really? Uh, Where did I get the date wrong? Oh, in my head, no, you are correct. It does says 20th. Oh. 1 p.m. ETD, that's Eastern or something else. So I might actually be able to run some battles on that Friday. Okay, that is cool. Enjoy the food, James. Welcome back, James. How was food? It was huggable. Cool. Hey, Colo. Welcome to the stream. What are you up to? Recovering from COVID. I hope the recovery goes well. You won't be on Saturday? All right. Thank you for letting me know. I shall make adjustments. Probably end up playing Autonaut. I will be right back. Well, then I hope you rest well. Lapin, 129 words. The anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations, James. Alrighty. My writing's done a little early. And don't really have anything else to work on. So I will bring this to an end with a raid to Angst. Alrighty. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild. And you are welcome, James. And in the afternoon, on the Technicians Fight. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.